retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Turbo kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Hey. How you doing? I didn't really have an April Fool's joke. I thought this would be funnier, but pretty good. I was looking at the chair. It's a nice chair. It's a nice chair. Hey, Dodo. Tier 2, 112-month resub. Somebody guessed what I was going to do, so I kind of didn't want to do it anymore. Give me 1 second. The chair must be introduced to chat slowly. It's like a feral cat. Yeah. I didn't have a better joke, so I came up with this, and it was, it wasn't really as funny as I thought. Sorry, I'm a little bit on the distracted side today. I have some real life stuff that I'm doing. But we got Satisfactory 1.1. Oh, there's also this. My jokes are not landing at all today. They're not landing at all. Hey, Crossways. Got my kids thinking it was Easter this morning. They were searching everywhere for their basket. Now that's funny, dude. Yeah, the fuck? Okay. Oh. Well, yeah, I scrolled too far. I stared at the trap ray. What? How is that even relevant? Whatever. How's the thrusters? We haven't heard anything about them. We probably won't. So, anyway. The best space coast is the Norwegian coast. Your friends don't lie to other friends. Now Long March 5. The disgusted face. I just generally wasn't expecting that in my chat. That's so, that's a thing. Anyway, all right. So, Satisfactory 1.1 did come out. I thought it was a joke. It's definitely not a joke, but I'm still not sure. But either way, I haven't seen the trailer, so let's watch the trailer. Let's see what we got. Postcards from 1.1 here. Also, Booster 14 is on the OLM pending a static fire, so that's kind of cool. I'll keep you updated with that as we get further down. All right, what do we got? Was that a hypertube split? What are those? Cables? Tilt shift. Dude, the cables. Dude, the shelves. Oh, okay. All right. What was the next one? What's in 1.1? Hit me. No, not with that.
Fine. 1.1. Let's talk. we'll jump straight from last time's teaser and touch
Who's
on a
this
few new
Chad?
details after we do some housekeeping. Let's tidy up. So as a bunch of you know, we have a merch store over at lizardago.com where we have a bunch of merch that just restocked, including Fix-It pins, t-shirts, and whatever these are. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. We also have a bunch of new stuff in stock, including Fix-It socks, notebooks made from some very quite mysterious and beautiful hide,
Left.
Bruh.
Pistis. After 1.0.
and Fix-It
It's okay, there's a picture of him back there.
candles. Oh, smog. And finally, we also want to remind all of you that the Satisfactory soundtrack on 2LP vinyl will be releasing on the 30th of April. Now, these sold out
Oh.
insanely fast, and due to demand, we have indeed decided to make a second batch. Again, release date is the 30th of April. Pre-orders will be out earlier. If you want in on these, make sure to check in and pre-order them
This
ASAP.
game's awesome.
Again, all
Love
of our
this
merch
game.
can be found at lizardago.com. Thank you. Alright, 1.1, and let's start with a couple of quick clarifications. The first one being, what does come out first between 1.1 or the game on consoles? We have said in the past that consoles will be hitting first. That is no longer true, because we have also said since then that consoles will indeed be delayed till later down the line this year, which has shifted the timeline so that 1.1 may now be releasing before consoles instead. When the game eventually does hit consoles, we intend for it to release up to date with 1.1 and for PC and consoles to receive updates at the same time as we go on from there. Another point to clarify is Rain. So we have said in the past that our intention was for Rain to be back in the game with 1.1, which with the wording some people may have taken as a promise, which honestly fair enough. But no, this was always us expressing our wish, our intention to get it back. We have since realized that getting Rain back into the game will require yet another upgrade of Unreal Engine. Seeing as we are on the fast track to releasing 1.1 and consoles at the same time, well, not at the same time, but we are developing both ends at the moment, we don't really have enough time to fit an engine upgrade because that is such a massive undertaking. So we have decided to push Rain even further down the line, exploring options, maybe even actually tackling an engine upgrade after console's release. But for now, Rain will not be in 1.1. Sorry to rain on your parade. And finally, just to be clear, today is not a deep dive into 1.1. There will be more videos and more talks about details in the future. This is a basic rundown, plus a couple of extras. Let's start. Alright, 1.1 content, and to start off, can we please talk about how the teaser last time was even made in the first place with the help of the game's new photo mode? Like guys, I can't stress enough what an insane facelift the photo mode is getting in 1.1. In theory, anyone with the game alone could recreate every individual shot that you saw in the teaser. All the camera movement, depth of field adjusting, filters, combinations, poses, everything is changeable, doable with the help of a ton of cool new settings in the photo mode.
Cool.
This is absolutely a topic that we're going to zoom in on and focus on a lot more in the future.
Stop
But
doing
seriously, it is extensive and it is wild. Speaking of wild, let's talk about hypertubes. We now have three-way tube junctions that can be placed on their own or be attached to existing junctions or supports. This means that when you travel through a hypertube attached to a junction and you reach said junction, you can now change paths seamlessly by pressing the E key to select which of the routes you want to traverse through. On top of this,
Oh.
we're also adding hypertube branches.
Oh,
These work similarly to junctions, but can only be accessed by traveling through
Oh, I
the
like that.
hypertube's longer
That's
segment
cool.
due to the branch's shape. Now, fine. You've been waiting. You've been patient. Kinda. You win. Vertical, splitters, and mergers will be a thing with 1.1. These work exactly how you expect them to, and can be placed virtually anywhere on your lift. Split them. Go on. Have fun.
Nice.
On the topic of mergers in particular, priority mergers are now also a thing in Satisfactory with 1.1, and these also work exactly like you expect. These are mergers with 3 different levels of priority that will more carefully allow you to control the output of your factory, but it would be a shame if this new output did not come with a surefire way of tracking exactly how many items you are transporting on these belts, and so we figured that 1.1 is the perfect time to introduce conveyor belt throughput displays. You're welcome, folks, and a few key things to know about these displays are that they count items per minute on the belt and that they have a startup calculating
very
time.
nice.
This is because actual physical objects in the game need to pass through scan lines attached to each display for a bit for the display to understand exactly how many items are traveling through that specific spot on the belt. Because conveyor belt displays show you how many items are being transported through a specific spot, it is possible to have a conveyor belt that seamlessly goes from, say, a Mark II belt to a Mark III belt and have a display on both segments of these belts, so one on the Mark II and one on the Mark III part, and have 2 different displays show 2 different outputs depending on how fast the belts are. Simply put, one display will show you exactly how many items are being transported through that specific segment of a belt. These displays are put on belts whether they are straight, pasta, or curved. Because yes, curved build mode is also landing with 1.1, and this applies to both belts and pipes, allowing you to make truly exquisite spaghetti wherever you so desire. But that's not the only build improvement, because lo and behold, straight pipes are also arriving. No words needed, have fun. So, how do you elevate an update like this from here? Well, as I'm sure that many of you noticed in the teaser, we now also have personnel elevators coming to Satisfactory with 1.1. And we want to emphasize that these are called personnel elevators, so don't try any funky stuff with them vehicles. Please. Elevators can be placed virtually anywhere you want. Once you place an elevator,
nice.
you will be able to zoom it vertically to your desired elevation and add as many elevator floor stops as you wish. You will be able to customize the names for each floor as well as the icons and colors for each button on the elevator panel, taking you to each individual floor.
That's gonna
This
be
way,
useful.
you can keep track of exactly where every single button takes you in the elevator and where every stop leads. Speaking of stops, for all of you train lovers out there, we are also adding railway buffer stops, and these come in to prevent trains from derailing when you manually drive a train and reach the end of a track. They also just look kinda neat, just like all the other new architectural pieces we are adding. Among these are some fresh new beams, cables, vents, fans, and garage doors. We also have shelves. These are stackable and are great for your personal storage containers. Thumbs up. And on top of all that garbage, we are also adding a bunch of other stuff like crash site dismantling, deforestation animations, conveyor wall holes, left-handed waywall signals, improved sign sampling and drone pathing, no fuel cheat, a bunch of bug fixes and cleanup, and vertical nudging, and I'm not even joking when I say that 1.1 will be hitting the experimental branch on the 1st of April, the Tuesday after this video releases. So, pioneers, if you are hungry for some new Satisfactory content that you just wanna sit back, enjoy, try out, please do kick back. Maybe on a couch. And join us.
Yeah, keyboard and mouse forever. I'm no console pleb. Well then, you guys want to watch the video that they just posted? It's called Uplifting News. You know what? Let's just complete the trio here. said complete the trio. What if this is copyright? Yeah, that would suck. The Fram 2 vid got claimed, by the way. Anyways, can I ask questions? Yes, Freddy. Yeah. Yeah. Just tag me. Tag at EJSA. How do you think Flight 9 will do? I think it'll be fine. What got claimed? I don't know. I didn't bother checking. I don't care anymore. It just yeah. I just got the email, dude. What floor are we at? 3? Hey, Darius, what's up? Nice, God, that's funny. War Thunder April Fool's update is World War I vehicles. Oh, nice, drummer. There you go. I don't, Smart Freddy. Why would you think Flight 9 would have a failure mode from a previous version of the ship? I don't know, it sounds more fun when it spins. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea what that means, drummer. You probably missed the Easter egg. You did miss something. Okay. I'm gonna stand up. Hey, sitting down in an elevator is weird. am I so tiny? You know what? We gotta fix this. There we go. Now I'm good. Now I'm to scale. Who cut off my legs? Yeah, there we go. Much better. It's a nice elevator. It's pretty cool. Smart, Freddie. I put the, you know, we didn't take the chair with us. They said no vehicles inside of the elevator, you know. Thanks, Deanix. Oh, my day's fine. Rockets, how you? Very spacious elevator. Clean up, piece of glass here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always afraid leaning against glass might shatter or something, so. Oh, hey, wait, no, go down. I gotta go back down. It's got the counters, the belt counters in it. Nice. Cool. you guys see that rocket that came down and blew up the other day? That was pretty neat. Oh, I got a message. Oh, nice. There's a garage door. See that? That was pretty neat. Cool. The garage doors will be quite useful. The fan covers will also be very useful. Same with the cabling system, guys. The cabling runs that we could do for the hold down points. Oh, you don't know. These new building things definitely the new building and architectural stuff will definitely help us with a lot of aesthetics. A lot of unknown unknowns have been are now known unknowns, you know. The item counters could be cool, yep. Does any of the new stuff give you ideas for the Pillar of Autumn? Well, these flying elevators definitely do. This is a good start. I didn't know how I was going to do that. I was just going to have an elevator. Before, what I planned on doing was just making an elevator shaft and putting hypertubes in it. You know, like... But even then, you'd need like an array of hypertubes to get to every single floor. Like if you had 20, if you were 20 decks high, right? 20 levels down, 20 decks down, 20 levels up, right? You'd need an array of hypertubes, and one would go, you know, you'd have 20 going up and 20 going down, and everything would converge on deck 0, which is, that's not like necessarily a good way to do that. But with hypertube splitter, with the splitters now, you could do some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, exactly, Steve. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. I could make elevators, right? But we could also have a hypertube system in it if we really wanted to. I also got to figure out the power harness for the system as well, for the ship. I haven't really figured out how we're gonna do the wiring, other than the temporary harness that we have in there on the frame things. Which, yeah, eventually I'm gonna get rid of it. Hey Jay, what's going on? Thank you for the resub. Oh, spiral conveyor right there, you see that? Hypertube splitters are Star Trek turbo lifts? Yeah, maybe. Would be cool if the elevators could change direction, yeah? There were splitters going in coils. Apparently you can coil things now. With the curve tool, you can make helical conveyor belts, which is pretty cool. Yeah. We're just riding around the elevator, you know. Pretty neat. Man, this elevator's taking a while. With hypertubes, now with elevators and hypertubes, have they expanded the buildable area? I don't think the map has changed at all, Jim, if that's what you're asking. Elevators will definitely allow you to go more vertical with your designs. Not that you couldn't before. Which floor is Gordon's lab? That's Sector C Analogous Materials, if you really want to know. The buildable area is quite big. Are we there yet? I don't think so. Go over here and try to push this button, you know. Oh. camera. I mean, sorry, I tried to go over there and push some of those buttons that didn't work. Oh, there was Frank. You see that? Frank was there. Smooth ride though. Just taking a second. I like this music though. This music's pretty good. Hey, Sue-Rat. Yeah, it's Freddy. It's not bad. More like Elevator Johnson. Yeah, maybe. Nice. No, I just dropped my keys. All right, we're good. I got my keys. Oh, thank God, that took forever. well, so that said to watch the whole video. I mean, just saying. I was just doing what I was told. Let me just make sure that scene is fixed. All right, cool. Barn find, yeah, baby. Oh, new cleater. Look at all this good stuff. All right, so shall we or something? You know, that Diesel Creek was on there. Yeah, dude, there's a bunch of good stuff. Drummer, I was looking at construction equipment or heavy equipment on Facebook this morning. It is definitely Matt's fault. That's definitely Diesel Creek's fault. That's definitely, yeah, no, that's It's definitely his fault. Oh, Vrimo's here. No, I wasn't doing that. That would be gross and irresponsible to do. That's why we didn't do that at all. Hey, Shari, what's going on? Well, I'm about to load up. We got to switch. Oh, I got to switch it to experimental. Durr. Sorry, I'm a little bit scatterbrained today. False. You have your habits and we know it. No, I didn't. No, I don't know what you're talking about. It's good to hear that. Good to hear that noise again. But it's only going to be for a second. What's going on in space? Rockets? It's a very broad question. Here we go. Update to experimental. Angela, 93-month resub. It's a dangerous addiction with old iron. Yeah. I found a. That's good, Freddy. I found a backhoe for pretty short money, and I kind of want it, but I have no way of getting it here. I have the truck. I just don't have a trailer nor the rigging to tow it. Flexing much? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know where the weight room is? Is it over there? I'll check it out. You can rent a trailer for cheap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me just go to my trailer store and do that. So, Graham, you tell me where this proverbial trailer is that you can rent that can move like a 3-ton backhoe or a 4-ton backhoe. You tell me where that is. I'd be very curious.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why can't Rick Astley be an elevator operator? Because he said he'd never let you down.
I'm gonna go, actually. So, I'll see you guys. Just kidding. All right. Satisfactory is updating. Is hiring someone to move it out of the question? Yeah. Hey, Maddie. Let's have some fun. I want some good comedy. And EJ can always come up with something. Utah, you're pretty sure Dave Sparks has a trailer to rent. So you want me to travel 2,000 miles so I can get a trailer to get a backhoe that's 40 miles away. Okay. Yeah, remind me to just not listen to you. Like, at all. Ever. Why do we need a backhoe? Because I want one? Can I link you? To what, Spoiled? I didn't say it made sense. Yeah, I know. You're really good at that, Tessa. You just asked where there was a trailer. Yeah, yep. Yeah, Geeson, I don't know. I don't think Brimo's on board with it, dude. Okay, experimental's ready to go. Let's do this. In case the front, yeah, in case the front O breaks. Duh. Obviously. Do I have to think of everything? I'm still too big. You have to, must be smaller. Must be small. There we go. Maybe perhaps a little bit. Yeah. There we go. That's fine. We're good. All right. Yeah, I'm good, Surat. I'm having a day. But you know, it's all good. United Rentals, Marketplace, flatbed trailer, 16-foot tilt deck. Yeah, none of these are good to move that at all. Maybe a couple at the bottom, but yeah. So this thing doesn't like synergy, but here, we're in the Satisfactory save. Here we go. Oh, yeah, there she is. I wonder if we get that elevator music. Hold on. Go see if we can find that. Yeah, she's pretty good, dudes. We still need to redo some of the front. It's not exactly proportioned correctly because I didn't take the proper measurements. The back, though, is ace. Okay, we gotta go down here. We gotta check on the Taitos. Oh, dear. Oh. Hey. Hey, buddy. Hi. Oh. Your pen needs to be a little bit bigger, I think.
You could be doing useful things.
Thanks, Ada. Yeah. Alright, get rid of that. We don't need that no more. Hello, Titans! Hello! Get this crap out of here. It's got square wheels. Screws! Oh, thank you. Oh, look at how big they are. They're huge. There you go. That's very trippy. Okay, you guys just chill there. Alright, I don't even know what we were doing. Let's see. We can retrofit this with some elevators, which should be useful. Alright, take that, put the Christmas tree stuff in there. Took me a long time to put my damn Christmas ornaments away. Alright, so if you guys haven't seen what I'm working on in my Satisfactory, I haven't played in a little while. What I'm working on, well, first of all, I'm a big fan of Halo. I like the Halo series. Well, the original Halo, Bungie Halo. Bungie era Halo is what I like. So I thought it would be a really awesome Satisfactory project to build the Pillar of Autumn and its dry dock. What the heck? So that's what we started doing. I kind of did a lot of work and then started going down to Boca Chica, so we haven't really worked on it in a little while. But here we are. There it is. Actually, we'll get to our regular viewing site. Is it a spaceship? Yeah. It's a spaceship from the Halo series. Yeah, so we started building it, and we started building its dry dock. And once again, I kind of stopped working on it because I was having some fun with workers and resources, and, you know, we, time gets away from me, etc., etc. But now that 1.1 is out, it's a good time to jump back in. Let's see what we got. The Titans have missed me. Yep. Some burn cream for that. No, I'm good. How big of a Halo fan were you? Did you read the books? I read the books all the way up to Ghost of Onyx, so rad, but I haven't read them in a little while. Yeah. The big Titans are an April Fool's joke, yes. I got a gun. Alright, in case anybody wants to screw with me. But now that there's elevators and stuff in the game, you know, we can... Yeah. Can really have some fun with this. You're floating again. Okay. This is my first look at the game. I am not a gamer. Well, this is a factory building game, so I decided to build spaceships in it. Because I like spaceships, Shari. And because this game's in Unreal, the scale that you can build at is quite large. This is in Unreal 5, so that's a newer engine that allows you to build really big. Like, right now, that looks like the background for any other video game. Dude, I built that thing. I can go up there and we can go like all the way to the top of the ship. I'll show you. I want to see what else do we have. There should be extra parts here. Don't tell me you gotta buy them in the shop or something. All right, well, let's check out the shop. Is it the Pillar of Autumn? Yes. You knew that already. Yeah, let's yeah, here we go. Well, the Pillar of Autumn have a Pelican Bay. It has 8 of them, Toxic. Yeah, conveyor throughput, conveyor hole in the wall, clean pipelines, hypertube. Yeah, so we gotta unlock all the new stuff. Basic shelf unit, I want that one. Add that to cart. We obviously want the throughput, add that. Got all the walls. Architecture. Personnel elevator. Yep, give me that. Beam expansion pack. Yep, I want that. Structural cable. Yep, I want that. Ventilation bundle. Yep, we want that. We're gonna need those. Equipment. No. Parts. Yeah, we don't need anything over there. Now, any of these, he said you don't like shelves. I thought I told you to shut up. Okay, so how many tickets do we need? 29? Would you look at that? We have 29 on hand. Nice. All right. All right. There we go. Well, what do you know? All right, round concrete. What is this? Oh, it is exactly as the name implies. I don't know what I was expecting. Turn down the game a little bit. Xavier, what's going on? All right, what about the cable? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be useful. I like that. That's cool. What about an H-beam? Is it an H or is it an I? You know, we can always have some fun with braided cable clusters. Look at that. Wow. All right. Cool. Large fan. Very nice. Large vent. Even better. What is this? Corner road barrier? Ah. Look at that. Oh, all right. That's useful. Now, can you bend the cables? A good way to test that would be to do this. Nope. Doesn't work. It looks like it's for belts and pipes. I don't think it's for the cables. Nope. A bent cable isn't very structural. Yeah. Yeah, we got some... Dude, the I-beams... Shelf beam? Hold on. What is that? Hey, my hands are forgetting the controls. Come on, muscle memory, come back to me. Oh. Why does that lock like that? Yeah. Alright. Well, that's cool. Alright. What else do we got in here? Basic shelving unit. Oh, we will definitely be using those. Oh, sick. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, those are cool. Infinite nudge and vertical nudge. That's even cooler. So they said you could put like storage boxes on these things. Hold on. It's not very space efficient. Jeez. Still cool. Now we need forklifts. Yeah, right. Cool. Tube junctions. Excellent. Well, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah. Amazon warehouse in game when? Well, I mean, I'm great, Xavier. Yeah. Vertical splitters too. Yep. You guys mind if I put on the uplifting? Yeah, here, let's. Yeah, that works. That works just fine. Put that on repeat. Build an elevator. As long as it isn't copy wrong. I know what you mean. Alright. Well, let's get to this. Let me build concrete wall. There. Did the backhoe come with any attachments? It just had the bucket. It just had the bucket and the front end loader in the back. So I'm gonna put the elevator shaft right here. Turn that up just a little bit. There we go. Nice. There we go. All right. Now let's get the angular pieces. Put the angular pieces back in. How do you change the variant again?
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I'll never forget what my granddad said to me before he croaked. He said, "Hey kid, wanna hear my frog impression?"
Okay, so where's the elevator? Personnel, elevator. Let's see, can we make this taller? I'm starting to think that uplifting news video is a little bit of false advertising. Well, back to workers. Yep. Yep. Hello. Hey, Iron Spark. Is this update elevating your gameplay? Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it, Tessa. That is the elevator
Houston,
music.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The Red Sox are great at baseball, but their jokes are a bit of a strikeout.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do 2 tandems. You can't go over 200 meters, which is... Meh. Stick with my ladder. For the ship, though, would be good. It's 196. It won't go higher than that. Place it inside the dock structure. Yeah. Eventually we will. I haven't really figured out what I want to do for the, for like this part of the dock structure. I have no idea what I'm putting in here. Might just be concrete. Might end up filling it. Who knows? Anyway. Here it is, dudes. Still looks good. Did a lot of work on this thing. This is a 1-to-1 replica of the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. I wanted to make my factory inside of this, just because I felt like it. How long have you been working on this? Like how many hours? 235 on this one. Can you place one elevator door against another? I don't see why you couldn't, Andrew. What are the spheres built center aft? Reactors. I started when 1.0 came out, crazy. 29 by 16 diagonal for hull segment 4. I don't think I need that. I don't think that's pertinent information anymore, but there's the deck spacing. So I started working on some of the interior, and yeah, this is where we got. Oh, wait, the garage door. Where's the garage door? Roll-up gate. How big is it? Dude, score. It's the right size, but I actually kind of think maybe these would be better with the airlock style doors. I don't think we need a roll-up gate, because the bays can be unpressurized, or yeah, they could be unpressurized on the real ship. Dude, I do like it. Let's try it on for size. See how it fits. Oh, dude, this is sick. Yeah, I like it. That's pretty awesome. Anyway, here, welcome to some of the hangar bays. We are in the #1 port side. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we're gonna be using those garage doors here instead of these doors. Dude, it carried over the customized. Oh, that's killer. So yeah, we started doing some work here, but yeah. I think where we last left off was that I needed to redo hull segment 3, 2, and 1. They're not the right scale. They're not the right scale because they don't fit the reactors in correctly, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, here, we were working on reactor placement. We figured out that the Pillar of Autumn actually has 4 reactors in it. 4 main reactors. There's 2 drive reactors in the back, and then there's 2 main reactors in the front. Main reactors are used for power and systems. The drive reactors are obviously used to drive the ship. Did I leave any notes? No, I remembered. So I started modeling out the drive reactors. This is where our power plant is going to be for the whole ship. Power plant's going to be right there. Yeah, making those spheres was not fun. But yeah, there it is. Oh man, this thing is sick, dude. We gotta finish this. We can't not finish this. So the way I had this figured out, guys, was I was using blueprints to actually make the corridors. So those the hangar bay segments were made with blueprints. And then sandwiched in between them, we have corridors. So if you're a Halo fan, I tried to paint this to look like Halo 1. Like matching the Pillar of Autumn's interior theme, you know. And then you have your hangar bay control rooms here. These are supposed to look like the Pillar of Autumn. But the other thing is that, well, I had to put stairs everywhere. Because we had no elevators. I mean, I only put a little bit of staircases in here. They're not too bad, but yeah, like here, take a look. Definitely got the right vibe. Can you play? Yeah, so, alright, I already answered that. So yeah, here we're in the hangar base. Woo! That one has... I made the door closed. So yeah, we took a great deal of time getting the corridors right. Not exactly accurate to the first level of Halo CE. Close. Dan, the first level in Halo does not... Oh, this is lower corridor access. The first level in Halo does not fit in the shape. Neither does the last level of Halo 1. They don't fit in the shape of the pillar. They really don't. I'm going to shoehorn this stuff in as best as I can. Right vibe. Yeah, this is definitely the music from Halo 1. This is the best I can do. Little people first! Is that good enough? Is that good enough? Oh, jeez, Baron, that's not great. Rating the update's good. We got elevators, so we can start putting elevators in to the design, which is pretty awesome. I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah, Baron, watch your language, but yeah, that's kind of a. But dude, you know what we can do? Like, hold on. Let's go to org, right? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very good. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Yeah, see, underneath the hangar bays, man. That's what I visualized. That's what I wanted these rooms to be. Down here. I wanted these to be storage, quote unquote. Can we get signs telling us which way the ICU ward is? These long corridors are confusing. I was thinking about putting the Navy-style dartboards on here. I think that's what they're called. Like U.S. Navy-style dartboards. But first thing I want to do is replace the doors with the big doors. I like those doors a lot better. Bullseyes, that's what they're called. Thank you. Oh, that's so much cooler. Bro. Oh, look at that. I love that so much more than this. Seconded, you're gonna want to look at this. What? They nearly froze inside of Starliner when the Ekless underperformed. They needed to wear suits and wrap themselves in shirts and pants to get warm. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, you guys remember when I was saying like a couple of Space Newses ago where I was like, they want to try to certify this thing? Remember when I'm like, they want to try to certify this thing before it flies again? And remember how I said that was a really dumb idea? Yeah. This ain't my first rodeo, dude. I mean, to be 100% fair, I said it for different reasons, but this kind of just further proves the point. How many rodeos are in Boston? Yeah. This ain't my first game at Fenway, guy. Is that better? Raiden, it's... Yeah, with the elevators and stuff, dude. This is gonna make this so much nicer. It's gonna make it so much easier. We can run our power harness up the elevator shafts. Like, oh, that's gonna be very nice. Oh, that's sick. They're gonna crouch jump inside. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm getting the want to mess with this a lot more. This is pretty sick, dude. Pretty cool. This is awesome. Yeah. This is pretty good. The one thing that I'm kind of like about is the power harnesses. The power harnesses for my guides are... It's stuck in there. Like, that's gonna be hard to get rid of that. Where are you putting the living quarters? The living quarters, well, it depends. Non-commissioned officers are down here. So the Pillar Bottom is a Halcyon class cruiser. Commissioned officers are up there by the bridge in this segment. There's a cargo bay up there, actually. Hull segment 3 is where your forward power reactors are. Commissioned officers are like right there around the mess hall in the game. The mess hall and the bridge up there. They're right in this area here. It's not a lot of space to put everything, but we can figure that out. There's a forward cargo hold right there, and then there's two gigantic docking ports, port and starboard, right there on the ship in hull segment 2. 3 is covering the reactors, and it's a little bit of a complicated shape, which is why we might have to redo some of this. But, I don't know. Maybe we'll take some creative liberties. I don't really feel like doing all that over again. But we'll see. Hull segment 4, here, underneath the hangar decks, is where the non-coms are. So, down here. And then at the very bottom of the ship, down here, is where the ship carries an ODST complement. And all the drop pods are down there in a like a lower, not cargo hold, but a lower drop pod area. I'm not really sure how we're going to make that, but whatever. Up top here, the Mac gun takes up a lot of space, so that's up here. The Mac gun is routed into the forward forward reactor number 2, so power reactor 2. Pillar of Autumn, from what we can surmise, it has 4 main reactors in it. You have 2 reactors up front for power, and then 2 reactors in the back for drive. The reactors in the back are actually triple core reactors that were upgraded from the ship. The ship's power reactors are in hull segment 3, though. I'm pretty damn sure. There's no way to prove that in the lore, dudes, to be 100% honest. The temperature inside Starliner couldn't go above 50 F. Is there like an official blueprint? No, we just have some reference images. Here, let me show you. I think I have them here. Yeah, so there's one of the hangar bays. There's a metal model of the ship. That's the cross section that we've been using. That's how I know where all the quarters are, guys. Can't zoom in on that, I guess. Thanks, Microsoft. Keep up the bad work. That's the ship in dry dock. That's what I'm trying to build right there. That's what we're trying to make it look like. I want to be able to jump around on the cliffs in the desert and see that. You know, minus all the banshees and the death that's going on over here. Geek, the update has arrived. Yep, that's concept art. Yeah. There isn't an official blueprints, but I had chat help me do a lot of research with this. So the thing about it is that hull segment 3, I noticed something. I have no way to prove that it has 2 forward reactors up there, but the lore seems to suggest that that's what's going on. I would really like it if I could zoom in on the pictures. Yeah, okay, so if you look back here, note that there is extra armor plating on the aft end of the ship. See that? See all this extra armor? What is that protecting? It's protecting the rear drive reactors. We know that. We know there's 2 drive reactors back there. I mean, the cross-section kind of shows that that's what's going on. 2 big boy drive reactors back there. See the big ball? Now, the interesting thing, the cross-section doesn't show anything right here in hull segment 3. Okay? It doesn't show anything there. That section is kind of abstracted. But if you look, hull segment 3 is 2 cylinders, essentially, with a ton of armor plating over it. Just like hull segment 5, the aft end of the ship. There's more armor plating right here. You can absolutely see it. And it's got the same cutouts in it that reactor 5, that hull segment 5 does. So that tells me that the Pillar of Autumn, and this is per the lore, this is where the lore comes into play. The Pillar of Autumn uses fusion, deuterium fusion reactors, which could be a thing if we could figure out how to do fusion. That's theoretically possible, right? And we know that it has 2 back there. Now, with a fusion drive like that, you can use it to make plasma, and then you can shoot plasma out the back, which is what that does. Or, obviously, you can use fusion to generate electricity. My guess is that the ship has power reactors for all of your systems over here, and then drive reactors over here. Now, what is the, how do you know that? What's the theory here, EJ? Well, okay, in Halo 1, spoilers coming. In Halo 1, you don't go that far from the bridge on the last level to do things with the ship, right? Now, I don't want to spoil it, but whatever. Guys, Halo 1 has been out for 20 years, so if you haven't played it, go play it. But yeah, there's spoilers for Halo 1 coming. So in Halo 1, Master Chief blows up the ship. I'm not going to say why, just in case. He blows up the ship. The ship explodes. He does that by overloading the waste heat couplings on one of the reactors. Now, okay, waste heat. Big thing there. Okay, in thermodynamics, okay, and you guys tell me, I'm probably reading way too much into this, but you know what? I don't care. It's gonna help me understand this and make this better. Okay, so if you have a drive reactor, okay, a deuterium fusion reactor that's shooting plasma out the back, your waste heat just gets ejected out the back. You don't need waste heat. Your waste heat is the engine. You're making gases go that way at very high speed, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. So why would one of the reactors on the Pillar of Autumn have a waste heat coupling? Why? Why would you have that? You wouldn't have that. Unless there's separate reactors for power and for drive. Now, once again, in that Halo level, Master Chief didn't go that far away to Main Engineering 1, right? Which is where the waste heat couplers are. And if you look at this image right here, that seems to be directly in hull segment 3, right there, where those cylinders are and where that extra armor plating is. So that tells me that if you had reactors that were there just for power's sake, you would have waste heat, like a power plant. Power plants have those, in real life, our power plants have those big condensing towers, right, to get rid of waste heat. So if you had a reactor that's generating waste heat that Master Chief has to blow up, right? That means these reactors are used for power, and the reactors out back are used for drive. The drive reactors don't need a waste heat coupling. It's a rocket engine. The heat goes out the back, right? So we determined that there's 2 reactors up in the front here that's used for power. One of them is probably your main reactor, right? Your main reactor for powering the ship, for keeping the lights on, for keeping the life support systems going. So the second question is, well, what does the reactor up top do? Well, the Pillar of Autumn and all the ships in Halo, just in case you were wondering, are a gigantic gun. The ship is a gigantic railgun. Yeah, it's got a huge railgun inside of it. And the whole ship is built around it. Think like an A-10. The breech the muzzle for the gun is right there. And we did some cross-section work in Maya. Hold on. I did some 3D modeling in Maya just to mess with this, to figure this out. 1 second, I gotta log in to the software that I bought. Password. Log into the damn software that I bought. That's great. Hey, human person, 61 month resub. All right. So check this out. So look, we managed to get a 3D model of the ship. And I started filling in the blanks here. If you look, there's the cannon, right? And look what that just happens to go by. It goes right by the upper reactor. So this power reactor is used for the magnetically accelerated cannon. The cannon is a gigantic railgun. It shoots out titanium slugs, I think it is. right? So that reactor is for the railgun and serves as an auxiliary, right? And then that one right there is your main reactor. That's the one that's right next to the bridge that in the game you cause to blow up. Where's that game level? Hold on. There we go. See? I think they use tungsten rounds. Yeah, that sounds right, Echoes. So, the other thing is that there's elevators there. There's an elevator. There's an elevator V1269 right there. And now we can do that with Satisfactory 1.1. We can add the elevators in, which is actually super cool. Fusion reactors would not melt down. It's a game. Video game. Right. Anyway, so that's what I started doing. I started building out basically the home for the forward reactors. That's where we left off. I'm getting more into CAD, but I have an AMD Ryzen 12 core processor. The performance is lackluster because these programs don't use multi-threading, it seems. Is there a processor you recommend? I'm not the right guy to ask that question, Cornbread, to be honest. Yeah, rares. So, using what I knew, what we've figured out from the lore and whatnot, we're building. We're gonna have some fun with this. Imagine an NSF Halo LAN party. I would thrash on everybody. So, what we've constructed is basically a more or less realistically accurate representation of what the Pillar of Autumn is supposed to look like, complete with its Octaweb core design. Like that. See? Tried to construct it as best as we could. And yeah, they have the through deck spar and the through deck vertical spars right there. And I have basically prefabricated models of all the different decks here that we've already made, and you can basically fit them together like Legos. We just gotta do it. And we gotta figure out where all the subtle parts of, like, the subtle detail on the ship is. See? Gotta figure out where, like, the cutouts are, where the armor plating goes, where the reactors are, where the forward cargo hold is, etc., etc. What should be the compression ratio and timing for the computer? Huh. 10 to 1 compression, 20 degrees, or 15 degrees before top dead center. Sure. So, yeah. With the 1.1 enhancements, that's what we should be able to do here. But yeah, this is a 1-to-1 model. I'm using the model that we got in CAD, scaled it properly to the dimensions in the lore, and then, well, started building it. Pretty righteous, dude. Big Halo geek, so I had to chime in. Pillar of Autumn got refitted with a third fusion reactor in the front later on. Jogu, did you get any particular piece of lore that says the locations? Because I've read all the books and stuff. I haven't really found anything that's saying they determined exactly where, like, there's no lore establishing where the tri-core reactors are. It said the ship's drive sections were refitted with a tri-core deuterium reactor. I couldn't find anything on necessarily the location. The ship was refitted, obviously, right, for its mission. But, yeah, if you got anything on that, dude, please let me know. Because, yeah, the way it's explained says that inside of each one of those balls is a tri-core reactor. So there's 2 tri-core reactors for the drive. I don't know about the main reactors. I don't know. That's never really clarified. But then again, we don't really even know if the main reactor was supposed to be here in the first place. You know what I mean? For CAD work, the honest recommendation would be an AMD Ryzen 9950X. Well, there you go. Reactors are stored in the balls. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They go in the sphere hole. If it's the Pillar of Autumn, where is the Pillar of Summer? Pillar of Winter, Pillar of Spring. Because Spring and Autumn can exist at the same time? Nova? No? Bet you can't stick it. You're on. Said balls. So... yeah, we gotta figure out how to refit some of this. Yes, they can. You're just not thinking fourth dimensionally. Right. So yeah, once again, if you guys want to see this, it's a 1-to-1 of the Pillar of Autumn and its dry dock. I got about 200 hours in to this build. Probably gonna need another 200, but yeah. I figure I'd actually take our CAD model or our 3D model and make it outline it with I-beams. That was the idea. We really got to redo a lot of detail work up at the front. I'm very happy with the shape of hull segment 4, hull segment 5, the engine section. We really found our rhythm doing all that. I have to redo some of this up front because building this shape, like, see that cutout? Getting that shape right with beams is going to be a little bit difficult, but we can do it. But we also should probably figure out where the elevator shafts are as well. And we should start putting in elevators. I'm going to go ahead and guess that there's probably elevator shafts. Well, we know that there's one. Elevator V1269. We know there's one that goes up to the top. Right here. So there's probably one on the other side as well. So, let's play with some elevators, shall we? Shall we? Let's shall. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that the elevators are probably right, well, let's see. Right here. Maybe. So see where these things are? That's my deck spacing. These are deck spacing. That shows the size of each deck scaled. Yeah, we had to do a lot of math to figure that one out. Because of that one picture with all the that's a cross section of all the different decks, top to bottom. We figured out that they were spaced basically on 7-meter increments. So maybe it's forward here. Right? They're basically... Well, no, they're a good ways into hull segment 4, judging by this picture here. But that's kind of hard to... Oh, the sketch fabs. Hold on. Flunprod, we gotta find those sketch fabs again. Where are they? Some crazy melon farmer. Here we go. Check this out, dudes. Some crazy melon farmer uploaded like all the Halo 1 levels to Sketchfab. Not really like 100% sure why you would do that, but like here's the Maw, for instance. Yeah, the cutscene is down there. So we discerned that engineering, right? This room is kind of in front of the ball, so to speak. It's basically that area right there. See, I labeled it as MR1 engineering. So that means the elevator is a good ways behind that, which means the ball is basically right here. Yeah, there you go. And I assume that there's probably another one over here on either side of the ship, port and starboard. Because, yeah, why would you not have, why would it be asymmetric? It's only, like, usually Navy ships are asymmetric for a reason. Like an aircraft carrier having a tower on one side, right? Hey, Flash Booty, 66-month resub. Thank you. What does the silent cartographer look like? I actually don't know if that one is there, but the Maw is here. And once again, waste heat. Waste heat from the damn reactor. Because it's a power reactor and not a drive reactor. Like I said, the more you think about it, the more it makes perfect sense. Now, the one thing to note, though, is that... Hold on. Let's go over here. One thing to note is... Yeah, see, there's the library, the flood, the Maw. Oh, that's Cairo Station. Cool. That's Halo 4, I don't care. Here we go. Here it is. So if you look, right, there's the bridge, right? And Dan, this is what I was telling you about. There's the bridge, right? And look, the level goes outside of the proverbial outline of the ship, right? Some of it is abstracted, like where the lifeboat pods are. I hadn't really figured out how we were going to do that. But what I was thinking is we could model the bridge, right? And then we could put the mess hall right behind it, just like it's in the game. And then we could put like the armory on top of it or something, because that was like, once again, it's proverbial, it's outside of the dang ship, right? And then cryo is right in line, so the cryo chamber won't be too bad. And then we could have a couple of corridors that go like kind of maze around to the lifeboat pods. We're gonna have to get a little bit creative with that for sure. All the Halo 1 campaign maps. Cool. I can't copy the link, but I got it. I got it on my other computer. So, yeah, we're gonna have to figure this one out. Actually, what do we want the elevator shafts to look like? Shaft 1269, nice. What does that thing look like? It's kind of hexagonal almost. How are we gonna make that? That screaming guitar is awesome. That's Steve Vai, dude. No joke. Yeah, Steve Vai did the soundtrack for Halo 2. All the guitar playing in Halo 2 is him. Which is that just makes it like 6 times cooler, at least 6 times. All right, so let's start messing with what these elevator shafts look like.
I don't care how your factory looks, just make it efficient.
Shut up, lady. I'm busy. Hey, Solar, 56-month resub. We saw that guy live. Yeah, we did, drummer. We did, didn't we? Talking about the workshop. Oh, you think so? So here's what I was thinking. Dan, what I was thinking of is take the elevator, right? Put the elevator in the center. Now, in real life, the platform is hexagonal that moves up and down. But we don't have a hexagonal elevator. I'm happy that we just have an elevator in the game. You know what I mean? So, we can put the personnel elevator in the center, right? Actually, hold on. There's something I have to check. Okay, we can space it on 1 meter increments, so we could put the floors in the right spot. Do we have the... Oh boy. Where's the deck spacing test article? I know you can organize this before somebody says it. It was organized when I knew where everything was. This was organized. There we go. Deck spacing test article. Perfect. You know, that search bar. You kids with your search functions. You know what? We should probably make this on the blueprint machine. That would be the smart thing to do. Check out the new nuclear obelisk explosion animation. All right. That was pretty bright. Cool. Elevator shaft is what we're working on today. Kind of a silly question, but when the ship's done, will it be functional at all? I'm gonna build the factory into it. Yeah, it's just gonna be a very oddly shaped factory. Thank you, Raiden. Yeah. Gotta make everything fit together like Lego pieces, dudes. I don't know, you guys like the, I prefer to put these boxes here because it looks like a spar for the elevator. Well, not really a spar, like a track almost. And it makes it look like the beams just aren't floating in 3D space. Hey, Angel, what's going on? Are the H-beams new? Yeah! They added regular beams. That is going to build out some pretty... I'm going to be able to build out some pretty awesome detail with those. I'm pretty happy about that. Could have blueprinted half of this and then saved it and then printed it again. Let me get warmed back up so we can make our building more efficient. Will those beams fit together if you stack the blueprints? Yeah. Yeah, stacking it should be just fine. What I was thinking we could go from here is if I get just a regular article here and we just put it up against it, right? Okay. The gray is the ground. Cool. Got it. Oh, dude, you know what we could also do? The new fans. That's sick. Yes. Yes. Does the fan stick out the back? Oh, yeah, it does a little bit. But that's okay. And then we just put the vent over there. Yeah! So it looks like we're getting some cross ventilation. That's pretty coggers, man. Pretty coggers. Alright, let's take a look at that shaft. Alright. It seems to have a lot of doors on 3 sides. And it's interesting because you entered it through a door that looks like none of the other doors. It's okay. We can abstract this a little bit. We can do this right. So, like, what we could do is we could put the elevator in the center, right? And we could have the doors on one side. Yeah, make one with vents and make one without it. That's a good call, too. Might be entrance. Yeah. Bonking. I just need to see what the color scheme was here. Okay. Cool. And so what I was thinking, right? Obviously we can't make elevators in this shape, right? But what we could do, right? We could put the elevator there. No problem. Right? And we could make catwalks that go to the doors. So you can like look up and down the elevator shafts. And the other thing that we could do is run our electricity up and down these. Or we could put well, I was going to say we could put conveyor belts in them, but you know, so like you can get out and look down the elevator shaft. Because once again, in game, the elevator is just it's just that shape and it just goes all the way up to this type of corridor all the way at the top. And then we're going to have to build these kind of corridors up at the top of the ship later. Electricity connects through the elevator. So? So I'm thinking we got 2 there, and then 2 there, and then we can have smaller elevators around. Does the Satisfactory elevator scale well with your ship level height? Wasn't this supposed to be done by last Xmas? Yeah. Yeah, it was. It's done, can't you see? What are you, dumb? April Fools. Yeah, that's not great. So what we could do is this. So, you know, if this is the shape of our ship, please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. And right, we have our center deck here. I can't make elevators go all the way up either side. So what we could do is have a level here and a level here, level here, level here, around the main corridor, and every elevator does that. And then you can interchange in the main deck. It'll look like a big H. Yep, that's the play. Cool. Excellent. I'm gonna go ahead and guess the buttons are probably the limit, drummer, yeah. What percentage chance would you get for a Starship launch this month? D-Money, on the last Flame Trends, I said the 4th week in April. I don't know, dude. The outers are still warped, interestingly. What? Outers of what? What are you talking about? Raptors. Oh. Well, drummer, in real life, skyscrapers don't have elevators that go from the top of the building to the bottom of the building. There are express elevators that, but there's usually not an elevator that traverses like the entirety of the building. Yeah, usually they have stops, like there's like 4 or 5 elevator shafts built on top of each other, dude, for like a really, really tall building. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. I guess, but we also have hypertubes. Yeah. Is that to remove some strain of the building if it wobbles in the wind? I mean, it'll definitely help it with its structure, 1,000, for sure. I would say it's tough to actually make an elevator in real life that's like 100 stories tall. That is a pretty hardcore engineering challenge. How do you stop the cable from doing this? You know? And it's got to go fast, right? So, we can go put the elevator, we can go around putting the elevators in. Right, the elevators obviously have to be close because they have to go all the way up to the top of the ship. So they're definitely inside of the flat parts of hull segment 4. So I'm going to guess there's 2 here, port bow, starboard bow, and then there's probably 2 more, right, port aft and starboard aft, right here, behind the bays. Those are probably your mains, and then it's probably stairs and then smaller elevators from there. Hey, Bob. Now, the real question is, where do we have room for an elevator like that? What's the orientation for this elevator? Okay, so it's wide comparatively to the ship. Like I said, there's probably another one right here. Gotta make that so we can stack one on top. Alright, so let's test the stackability. Pillar freight elevator. One-time heavy elevator segment. Yes, we'll use the space elevator. Hi, serious. This is exactly why we made a test segment. So we could get the spacing right. Oh. Dude, vertical nudge. I forgot. We don't need to worry about that. Freaking vertical nudge. It's not a big deal at all. Yeah, that's gonna help us with a lot of spacing problems, dude. But either way, I will still make this, easy to stack. Yeah, we'll still make it easier to stack. So we don't need to. That's just removing, we can remove an order of operations from the test. See, I don't want to build the elevator shaft into the design, right? We'll make the elevator shaft manually later. But yeah, this is good. So we can get rid of these, right? And now the spacing is perfect. Hey, Jacobs. Yeah. We're working on elevators today. So that's gonna work, dudes. It's gonna work real good. Let's start by putting a door over there. I don't think you saved it. Oh. Yeah, I may have hit cancel by accident. I'm wondering how it's going to look with the center door. You know what? That'll be better to line up with catwalks, won't it? Stack as many as you can in the 3D printer. Well, I need different variants, Scoob. Like Zoink Scoob, we need different variants, man. I mean, there's obviously maybe there's one with 4 doors, maybe there's one with 3, maybe there's one with 2, maybe there's one with 1, right? Lord, what's up? All right, so now in the center, place that, and then I'm just playing around with this. We're just testing. We need transport, personnel elevator. Once again, I'm not adding the elevators into the design. I just want to see how this jives with catwalks. There used to be glass floors. No, well, there's they're there. What game is this? Satisfactory. This is gonna sound weird, but this needs to be more cavernous, I guess. Like I don't want the catwalks taking up that much of the elevator space. That is a way to go, though. That's a vibe, for sure. I don't want just that. Well, you know what? We can rotate the floors, can't we? We could, you could rotate the floor in any direction that you want. So we could have catwalks that just go, oh, now see that I like. Like, I want people to walk through this door, look up, and see all the way up to the top of the ship and be like, wow. Yeah, we could make the catwalks kind of spiral all the way around, Raiden. That'd be cool, and that would justify all the staircases that we made with the wide corridor junctions. We'd spent all that time getting the staircases to jive together. That makes more sense. And the reason why I wanted to do this is because, okay, so like on the elevator, right? You're never gonna need to go over here, right? We can make the doorway, like we can make corridors go around this thing, and right, you only need one door. Like we could put regular walls right here, right? And we could, that allows us to put like vents on things. And dude, if we built this right, we built it right up close to, like, if the elevator's at the very direct front of hull segment 4, which is, I'm pretty sure that's where it is, right? It's at basically the very front, because this is taking up most of 3, or it's kind of like on the seam between them. You could even put windows on one side. It's windows, right? Put vents, you could put windows, you could put whatever, right? And then, like, we could put plumbing, you could put pipes, you could put fans, you can put wires going up, the power harnesses for the ship going up either side. I'm kind of okay with that. That's what I want. Like, I want to be going up the elevator and seeing all the functionality of the ship. I think that'd be kind of cool. Either that, or can we put a door on either side of the elevator? Is that possible? Well, that's unfortunate. Hey, Likes, what's going on, man? Yeah, we could have ladders as well. Yeah, Talon, it's pretty cool. Heck, dude, we could even do this. Ready? I like it. The hat! That's right, Ul, I'm here. What are you gonna do about it, buddy? Yeah, I like it. This'll work. I think we're in business. And since we're making elevators, I want to go back to the elevator music. I'll go back to the elevator music. So the first thing we'll do is make a generic segment like that. And then we have to add the stacker. Stacker. Halo reference. Alright, that'll do it. Alright, so The color scheme for this is just, well, for the most part, it's pretty gray. So maybe we do like carbon steel there, and then where's my lighter color swatches? And then we could leave the gray for the deck spacing, which is actually kind of cool. And then what we could do, now we're talking. And then that's a piece that we delete. That's just for spacing purposes. Okay, let's start with this. Let's see. And this is easily reconfigurable. I can punch out a door or whatever. Get rid of the foundation. So this is the heavy elevator or big elevator segment. We could have smaller ones throughout the ship. That's just basically a square. Hey Yarg, what's up? Okay, so that blueprint is saved. Right, heavy elevator segment, heavy elevator segment with no doors. All right, cool. Save that, just override it, make sure it exists. Clear the blueprint designer. All right, let's go play with this. Working on the ship. That's right, Haiklu. There was my deck spacing design test. Leave those there for continuity. So, all right, let's put one of those there. No, Bree. That is lined up, right? So I'm gonna have to figure out something for a back wall right here, but that's okay. So this gets me basically to the front of hull segment 4. Right? Yeah, we're right at the front. And the reactor core is going to be right there, so... yeah. The deck will end right here. So, let me just grab that, and let's just build out 1 or 2 in either direction here. Actually, let's go 3 out in either direction. Sorry, what ship inspiration is this? Pillar of Autumn from Halo. Nope, that doesn't jive well at all. We need to go 1 over. But then it doesn't fit. Shoot. Doesn't fit. That's what she said. So let's go out here a little ways. Where will this thing fit inside of the frame? Thank you. I hope you had a great night after the historic launch. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, the octagons only fit 16. This has got to be the place where it's got to go, dude. It has to be there. I honestly don't mind having bars go through it every once in a while, as long as it doesn't impede on the main elevator shaft. And Raiden, it shouldn't impede on any decks either. Yeah, every once in a while it'd have those crossbars going through it. I don't mind that. That's fine. That was a spacing test article that I don't think we need anymore. That was for placing octos. Okay. Hey, Hoodoo Judo, what's up? This is gonna be sick, dude. Yeah, I can see it coming together. This is gonna look real sick. And we also have a spot here for corridors. We have a small corridor passageway that can go through here and connect into that. And it can go around the elevator so we can fill this area out here. Yeah. Easiest way to find the location for this down here, where at the bottom of the elevator, is to do this. Okay, so the reason why I did that is so we could find the bottom of the elevator shaft. These things, the elevator shaft is, the way I made the prefab is it's designed to stack. It's designed to stack on top of each other. They click together like Legos. That's what those orange beams there are for. I forgot something. We need lights inside of this place, or it's going to get extraordinarily dark very, very quickly. Back to the prefab machine. You already had it indicated in the center. Yeah, Raiden, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure. I wasn't 100% sure. I like using the sign lights, guys, as the signs as lights. I think that's pretty awesome. It doesn't fit. Oh, don't do that. Whatever. You go there now. So go in here like this. Set the color to 6F. And then set it to a blank background. Material settings, emission 3. And then you're good. And then you Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V. There it is. Hi, I'm V. People call me V, but I'm also known as V. Those are pink. Why did they come out pink? That's not the swatch that I used. That is, you know what? We should just make it all gray. My swatches are still here, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one we should use. I wanted to add a stripe in there though, so it visualizes each level. Yeah, Yarg. I looked at the update video at the beginning of the stream and I was like, huh. Okay, there's the elevator. Sweet. Yeah, it looks good. All right, so clear that. Go back over here. Also, put the nuclear nobelisks. Take the nuclear nobelisks out of my inventory. Yeah, see those doors down there? That's how big this flame trench is. Did you miss coloring a header and a footer? Oh. Oh. Thanks for helping me save some time, Idle. He said the thing! He said the thing! The flame trench! The flame trench! Thank you, Idle. All right. Will we start plating? Yeah, maybe. Blueprint soup would be pretty useful. Blueprint soup would be way too laggy with other blueprints. Yeah, you're probably right. Almost there. Almost there. Missing plates. 46, 47, 48. There it is. Oh, that looks the part. That very much looks the part. Oh, excellent. Cool. That's sick. That's... Don't mind that. That's just the back of the hull segment. We gotta redo that anyway. Okay. So now, this is... I shouldn't have deleted that top orange piece, but that's okay.
Interesting creative choices.
Yeah, that beta. So once again, guys, this is just prototyping. I'm just putting the lights over and over again. Like, there'll be doors, and maybe in certain spots we could even get away with windows! Like this spot right here, we could put a couple of windows in there, and that would look actually super cool. And it basically will line up with our outer hull plating, which is... yeah, that's pretty awesome. Wondering, do we have triangular foundations like that? That'll fill that? Nah. Nah, just half walls. That's fine. That'll work. Had a "we break for nobody" sticker at the back. All right, so transport, elevator, game doesn't like that. Pretty good. So, we can go up one more, right? One more deck height, right? And it'll look like one kind of consistent one. What we could do is just put... yeah, I'm not sure. We're going to need another 140-meter elevator that goes up there. No, Raiden, I'll show you. I already checked for that. You can place the stops on a meter increment, which is very nice. Elevating is the new update. Quite. Once again, I'll make specialized prefabricated segments for this kind of stuff. So we're not sitting here making everything by hand. I just kind of, this is kind of basically just an art pass to see how nice this looks. To see if we can really get it to look good. And I'm really thinking the overwhelming answer to this is yes. What do you think, Raiden? I think we're good. Nice. I like it. Got a nice ring to it. The elevator can only be 196 meters tall. It's only enough to fill the fill up all the buttons here, so you can. Mint. This is really good. Oh yeah, I forgot there's no corridor down here. Oh, dude, that's so cool.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey EJ, I'm reading a book about elevators. It's uplifting.
I think we're in business. I'm wondering if there's a glass half wall. Nah. I actually like this better. I like this better. Yeah, I like the glass. Which is kind of annoying because they just put all these damn catwalks in, but Yeah, that's gonna look amazing. That looks better. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do. Ooh, game no likey that. Glass on glass on glass is pissing Unreal 5 off. I don't think we should do that. Maybe only for main levels. Hey AJ, did you ever finish the Halo ship? No, but now would probably be a good time to revisit this. You know, considering the update and the elevators, which we've now added. I'm in the elevator. I was in the elevator shaft of one of them. I know it's already too late, but I think the Phoenix-class colony ship would have been more applicable to the game. Does this thing go in atmosphere? I don't think it's capable of in-atmospheric travel. Also, it's not the Pillar of Autumn, so I don't really care. Yeah. It's not the Pillar though, so who cares? It's like I'm making the Millennium Falcon over here, and you're like, oh, why didn't you make a tuna boat? Because frick tuna boats, man. I wanted to make a Millennium Falcon. Dude, this looks like a flying block of cheese. No, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Infinite reflections are hard to ray trace. Yeah. Get this spoon-shaped garbage off my screen. Thank you, YouTube chat. Thank you, Raiden. I don't mind leaving the glass like on the main, like on the top story. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'll spoon shape you, YouTube chat. All right, so a couple other things we got to consider. I like this. I think this is good. Catwalk segments, prefab stuff like that is probably what we should put in. The other thing that we got to figure out is how we're going to. So the elevator shaft should keep going, and then there should be an elevator entrance basically right here. And that should be able to go 140 meters up, right? So how do we go from there? I don't know, Sea Kraken. Twitch chat is mad. Mission accomplished. Go. All right, so stairs, obviously, for this. Now, what is that? What does that look like? I really want to. I'm kind of torn because I want to keep building out the elevator and stuff, guys, but I really need to figure out where some other components go. That was what we were doing. We were fleshing out where all the biggest components are so we could build the corridors around them. Now, don't get me wrong, the elevator shaft's a pretty big component. And now we have the spots for it, which is good. Oh, that's freaking cool, dude. I'm thinking there's gonna have to be like a hub, a big hub room here. Especially if we're gonna be like right next to the main reactor and stuff. We might need to look around for some reference here to figure out what we want the elevator, the main like elevator room to look like, you know? Does the pillar bottom have any discernible location for escape pods? They're here, but it's abstracted from the ship's shape. Meaning, if I was going to put the escape pod with all the correct corridors and everything, Sea Kraken, it would be over there somewhere. It would be right here. So we might need to get a little bit creative. I'm thinking put the escape pod corridor right there. You know, in front of the reactor, and then we could put another set of them right here. Maybe. Once again, the whole front of the ship is going to be a little bit different, right? Because, take a look. Like, look at the sketch fab. This is supposed to be... That's supposed to be hull segment 1. This is hull segment 2, right? The bridge is right there. I leave home for a few days, and look what happens. Right, so this, right, that guy, Sea Kraken, is right there. It's right there. That's where the bridge is. See what I'm saying? We don't really have a lot of play on either side. We have enough to fit the bridge, and that's about it. So we might need to get a little bit fancy with how the ship is designed. We could do escape pod corridors like right here, but the thing about that is if we did them right here, they would basically be mirrored to each other. Like, see this corridor would be exactly aligned with the escape pod corridor over here. Like, they would share the same corridor. It'd be like one corridor with 3 escape pod hatches here and 3 escape pod hatches here. Which... You know, I'm actually not against that. Yeah, Leo, yeah. Mess hall style for the elevator hub room. Well, it's got to be 2 stories, so cryo might be a little bit better. Especially considering that it has catwalks, but let's look at the Pillar of Autumn. Is there any... The hub staircase area like this, dude, would probably, Raiden, this would probably, a room like this, a wide, like super wide corridor, like this would probably be our best bet, dude. Only just don't have this staircase in the center. You know, we'll put staircases like a catwalk on the side or something. In this theoretical design, like, okay, so that's the super wide corridor. This is 8 meters by 8 meters. So this one would be a 16 meter wide corridor, right? And if we look at the space available here, it actually fits perfectly. Yeah, make that. Yeah, elevators, Dev. Yeah, man. How would large cargo go through, though? Go through what? If you had catwalks intersecting the tall corridor, well, you're basically at the front of where large cargo for the main deck can go. It basically stops here because the reactor is like right here. So see Kraken, take a look. So there's the bridge of the ship. This is hull segment 2, right here. You're getting into 3 right here, which means the reactor is right there. The ship wireframe explains it a little bit better. So that highlighted box right there, this highlighted thing is that room, main engineering. So it's coupled to the reactor. See what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So basically, this corridor would switch to super wide corridor, and then maybe smaller corridor junctions offshooting here. Yeah, the windows on the bottom. That part of the hull segments are gonna be open, dude. Right? So Raiden, where I put those windows is like right there. See what I mean? So, you know, we'll have little windows on the ship. It'll look cool. And they'll be on either side. And then you'll be able to look out and see the unpressurized cargo loading area here. That's what this thing is. Dude, to think I was gonna make that stairwells. That would have sucked. This is way cooler. I'm way happier with this. I am very, very happy that they, very happy they decided to do this way. It's going good, Nick. Yeah, it's fine. We need small corridor junction, SCJ 3-way. Oh wait, let's nudge it. We can't smidge down on half-meter increments. Are you winning? Yeah. Yeah. Check the elevator out, dude. Look. Oh, sick. It's playing the same song in the elevator. Remember the guy I bought my truck from? Look what he's got for sale now. Nice. Ah, it's got a similar kit, dude, to Bluefus. Oh. Oh. That's... Dude. 5-speed. 5-speed 4x4. That's nice. What? A 4-speed? 4-speed? Hold on. What motor? Yeah, it's got a 460 with a 4-speed. Dude, it's not running a ZF542. That's weird. It's not a Muncie, no. It's probably a... Oh, what did they put in before the ZF5? A T19? Wow. That's a nice truck, dude. That little thing has a 460. It's the same exact drivetrain as in Bluefus, except minus the manual. That's pretty sick, or not? Yeah, that's pretty cool. is at $8,500 for a 38-year-old truck. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'd pay $8,500 for it, Yarg, but if it has no rust on it, dude, it definitely would command a pretty damn good price. Those trucks, those box-style Fords, man, they don't break. Pretty damn good. It's a pretty sick truck, dude. All right, well, check that out, dude. We got the, I'd say this is a pretty damn good start for the elevators. We have to design the, we're going to have to design the pavilion. But, so, here's the thing, though, dudes. If we do that, if we do this, let me think. The elevator shaft has to be there. It has to be there, but because it has to line up with the webs. I'm thinking. Doot. I'm not sure the staircases are going to play nice with our spacing. Okay, never mind. We're good. Hey, Wendy? Tier 3, 120-month resub. Thank you. Why does nobody realize how bad a manual gearbox is for your left knee due to clutch action? I've driven a manual for decades and my left knee is toast. 2 of my daily drivers are manual, Murray. I don't know what you're talking about. My knees are just fine. Yeah, we can nudge and overlap the staircases, so I'm actually cool with that. Yeah, Raiden, we did have that problem before, didn't we? With over here. The staircase should be right here. And then we had the problem right here. Oh, it wasn't a two. Yeah, okay. I see why we didn't do it here. Cool. Cool. All right. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick, Jubs. .1 is pretty good, dudes. I like it. I like all the QOL stuff. You can do a lot of pretty interesting things. So the downward staircases are going to be right here. Going to need to be right here. That goes to the next deck down. Wendy, now I gotta put your logo on one of my rockets. Oh, jeez. Are there future updates you're waiting for before you finish some things? I think we're good to go. To be honest. You guys want to devote 1 day a week to this project? I think we can get away with it. Because the first thing we're going to have to do, if we're going to get serious about this, is I need to redo these hull segments a little bit, or at least figure out where the heck I was. We might need to redo the whole front of the ship. At least the outer frame. Not the webs. The webs are fine. Hey, Fozzie. Can I get a large steak and cheese with onion peppers and a little bit of mayo? 64-month resub? You can have any sub you want. As long as it's your favorite. I don't know where I was going with that, dude. I'm very preoccupied today, dudes. Got a lot going on in real life. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. You can have any sub you want as long as it's black. Wait, no. That would suck. It's a 1-to-1 of the Pillar of Autumn, Joe. It's got some size to it, dude. You just saw Fram 2 flying overhead in your backyard. Nice. Any word on how Dragon and the crew is doing? No. I've not heard anything. Right, Lorge. Dude, this thing is gigantic. Man. Any word on a dragon in the... Yeah, okay, I already read that. Sorry, chat's a little slow. The elevator shafts, that's really... Okay, so if we're gonna do this, let's think about how we wanna get this done. I gotta redo a little bit of hull segment 3. Hull segment 2 might be a teeny weeny bit off, but I don't think that that's that big of a deal. If I recall correctly, the reason why these hull segments are off is because I measured them without their armor plating. So what you see with hull segment 2 right here, see these beams that we did down here? This edge right there is this edge right here. So it's not taking into account the armor plating. I'm pretty sure I did it with, we made these segments without the plating. We could just add to it, but there was another reason, and I'm not 100% sure what it was. I think something with this shape was completely off. Like I didn't get this shape right or whatever. Yeah, that is what was going on. See, I added this down here to try and get the right shape. Or maybe I didn't. I don't know what the heck's going on with that. You measured all the segments without armor because you weren't sure how you were going to make the armor. And yeah. Yeah. And I think because I did that, especially around this area where the Shiva nuclear launchers are, those are basically ICBMs. Well, they're not ICBMs, they're just nukes. Those are nuclear missile launchers. Where those things are, this thing came out all completely wrong. We gotta redo, yeah, I gotta redo segment 3. At the very least, we gotta redo segment 3. It's the right length, it's just not the right size, it's not the right width. The good thing is that the top of hull segment 4, we can get away with hollowing out a good segment of it for the missile batteries. For the, I would call it a VLS, but it's a spaceship, so that's not really a thing. But and then up there is going to be a lot of Mac cannon, so. Cool. All right, so the next time we do this, next time we play, we're gonna mess with hull segment 4. Why is there a Merlin heading into the high bay? I don't know. Doesn't look like a Merlin engine to me, but so let's make ourselves a to-do list, Raiden, and we'll get her done. But dude, we got the elevators to work, and I think with all the new architectural pieces, vents, fan vets, corner road barriers, the H beams, that's gonna be super useful because that looks more like the hull of a ship, you know, than the straight painted beams do. Like we could use those in different spots, which is gonna be pretty cool. Leave a big sign. That's exactly what I was thinking, yes. I should have done this the last time we played. Why not place notes on the sidebar notes area? What's that? Oh, well, that's good to know. All right, guys. Well, hey, I'm gonna get us ready for space news. There's a lot of different space news to talk about today. So I'm gonna get us teed up for that. Because yeah, with From 2 going on, and I really didn't do much space news yesterday. So with all that going on, I'm gonna start space news a little bit early. So on the YouTube side of things, you will have a loss of signal for about 30 minutes, and space news will begin at the top of the hour. So, you know, well, top of the hour, give or take. Depends how long it takes to get dinner. Okay, Shaw. Well, we'll get that to-do list figured out next time we play. Now, when's the next time we're gonna play with 1.1? I don't know. I don't know, maybe later this week, if not next week. I did promise some Timberborn, and I kind of want to work on workers as well. So, yeah, we'll, got a lot of big projects going on. So we'll, I'm not sure when the next time we'll play is, but we'll see. So I hope you guys enjoyed 1.1. That's a lot of cool stuff that they added. I'm pretty dang happy. We can make elevators. That's pretty sick, dude. So I will see you guys in about 30 minutes. If you're on the Twitch side of things, you could just chill here. Listen to some tunage. I'll be back momentarily. On the YouTube side of things, there'll be about a 30-minute loss of signal, as expected. So I'll see you guys in about 30 for Space News. Thank you very much for watching.